The late afternoon sun spills through the leaves of the ancient oak tree, painting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the soft grass below. You sit on a simple wooden bench, its surface worn smooth by seasons of sun and rain. Its four sturdy legs settle deep in the earth. The air is warm, carrying the sweet scent of a day beginning to wind down. A soft breeze travels through the yard, a gentle sigh that rustles the oak's great canopy. The leaves whisper against one another, a sound like soft, shuffling paper. You lean back against the bench, the old wood solid and reassuring. The light that reaches this spot is dappled and kind. Losing its midday intensity, it catches the edges of the grass blades, making them glow with a soft green-gold luminescence. The world feels quiet here, held in the gentle embrace of the afternoon. The scent of freshly cut grass rises from the lawn, clean and sweet, mingling with the delicate fragrance of tiny white clover flowers blooming in scattered patches. A low, contented hum drifts on the air. It is the sound of bees, moving with unhurried purpose from one small blossom to the next, their fuzzy bodies dusted with pale yellow pollen. They're part of the afternoon's slow and steady rhythm. Across the lawn, a small boy runs, his bare feet making no sound on the thick carpet of grass. His laughter, light and clear, is carried on the breeze, a joyful note in the day's peaceful melody. He is chasing the very first fireflies of the evening, tiny sparks of light that have just begun to wake in the growing shadows. They flicker on and off, their gentle pulses appearing for a moment before vanishing, only to reappear a few feet away. The boy follows their unpredictable dance, his hands cupped loosely, hoping to hold one for just a moment. He moves with the easy grace of childhood, a small figure in a wide green world, completely absorbed in his simple, wondrous game. You watch him, a quiet smile forming. The air around the bench is still and warm. The old oak stands as a silent sentinel over this peaceful scene. Its trunk is immense, a column of grooved, textured bark that tells the story of countless years. Moss grows in the deeper crevices, a soft, velvety green against the rugged gray of the bark. The tree's roots are like powerful knuckles pushing up through the soil, anchoring it deep and unwavering in the earth. Everything beneath these branches seems to move at a slower pace. Time itself feels different here, as if cradled by the oak's enduring presence. The worries of the day fall away, replaced by the simple reality of this moment. The warm air, the soft grass, the sound of a child's happiness. The great tree promises continuity, its shade a constant refuge through the changing seasons, a place of stillness and peace. You run a hand along the weathered grain of the bench, feeling the slight ridges and valleys under your fingertips. It is a familiar, comforting texture. The sun sinks lower, its light turning from gold to a soft, rosy apricot that paints the undersides of a few wispy clouds. The shadows stretch longer now, flowing like dark water across the lawn. The fireflies grow bolder in the gathering twilight, their lights appearing brighter more numerous. They rise from the grass like a slow cascade of silent sparks lifting into the air. The boy stops running, standing still in the middle of the lawn, turning in a slow circle as he watches them. His chase is forgotten, replaced by a quiet sense of wonder. The hum of the bees has faded, their work done for the day. In its place, the first tentative chirps of crickets begin to sound from the flower beds that border the yard. It is a gentle, rhythmic sound that signals the transition from day to night. The air grows a little cooler, carrying the damp, earthy scent of the coming evening. The wildflowers, their petals now closed against the dark, release a last faint perfume into the air. The boy walks slowly back towards the bench, his game complete. He comes to stand beside you, leaning his small weight against your side. He is quiet now, his energy from the afternoon chase replaced by a soft stillness. He points a small finger toward the growing constellation of fireflies. No words are needed. The two of you watch together as the lights drift and blink against the deepening blue of the sky. The world feels soft and hushed. The massive silhouette of the oak tree stands dark against the twilight sky, its leaves rustling one last time in the evening breeze. Beyond the wide expanse of the lawn, at the edge of the property, the land dips gently toward a small pond. A cluster of willow trees surrounds it, their long, graceful branches just visible in the fading light. They seem to beckon their soft forms, promising another place of quiet and calm. A place for stories by the still water. A gentle impulse leads you away from the bench, away from the ancient oak. The small hand in yours gives a trusting squeeze, and together you begin to move across the wide, darkening lawn. The grass is cool now and damp with the first hints of evening dew. Each step is softened by the thick turf, a silent progression toward the beckoning willows. The fireflies drift alongside, their tiny lanterns winking in the deep blue air, creating a moving constellation just for the two of you. The chorus of crickets grows stronger as you leave the open space of the lawn. The rhythmic chirping seems to rise from the very earth itself, a steady, peaceful pulse for the coming night. It is the only sound for a time, a gentle blanket of noise that is more comforting than true silence. The air still holds a trace of the day's warmth, but it is mingled with the cooler, heavier scent of nightfall, of soil and stone and sleeping flowers. You reach the beginning of a narrow path that winds its way toward the pond. It is made of smooth, gray river stones, fitted closely together. They are cool to the touch, having been in shadow for the last hours of the day. Tiny, vibrant green mosses grow in the crevices between them, soft as velvet. The path curves gently, disappearing into the curtain of willow branches ahead, a quiet invitation into another part of this peaceful world. With each step on the stone path, the world changes subtly. The vast, open sky of the lawn is replaced by a canopy of leaves. You step under the first long, sweeping branches of the willows. It is like passing through a doorway into a quieter, more secluded room. The light here is different, filtered through thousands of long, slender leaves into a soft, murky green. The sound of the crickets fades slightly, muffled by the dense foliage. In its place is a new sound, a soft, whispering rustle of the willow leaves as they brush against one another in the faintest of breezes. The path continues, leading you deeper into the small grove. The willow trunks are gnarled and old, their bark a lattice of deep grooves. They lean out over the path, their branches drooping all the way to the ground, creating archways in hidden spaces. The air here smells of damp earth and the green, slightly bitter scent of the willow wood itself. It is a cool, calming fragrance. Through a gap in the leafy curtain, you catch the first glimpse of water, a sliver of dark, polished glass reflecting the last purple light of the sky. The path opens up at the edge of the pond. The water lies perfectly still, a dark mirror holding the image of the twilight sky. The deep indigo overhead is softened by streaks of pale lavender and the faintest memory of rose at the western horizon. The reflection is so perfect, so undisturbed, that it feels as though there are two skies, one above and one below. A single early star glimmers in the real sky, and its tiny twin shimmers back from the depths of the pond. Then, the perfect reflection is broken. A mottled duck glides silently from behind a cluster of reeds at the far bank. It moves with effortless grace, leaving a V-shaped wake that spreads slowly across the water's surface. The ripples travel outward in concentric circles, gently distorting the reflected sky into wavering patterns of light and color. Gah! The duck makes no sound, just a steady, serene progress toward the center of the pond, its head held high, its dark eye catching the last of the light. Near the bank where you stand, a colony of water lilies floats. Their broad, waxy pads rest on the surface, each one a perfect circle of deep green. Most of the blossoms have closed for the night, their white and pink petals furled into tight buds that rest on the water. A few, however, remain partially open, their faint, sweet fragrance rising into the cool air. Their scent is delicate, mixing with the damp, earthy smell of the pond's edge, creating the unique perfume of still water at dusk. From somewhere in the reeds across the water, a single, resonant sound breaks the quiet. A low, guttural croak from a bullfrog, from a bullfrog, from a bullfrog. The sound is deep and lonely, yet it doesn't feel sad. It feels like a fundamental part of the evening, a declaration of presence. The sound carries clearly across the water, hangs in the air for a moment, and then fades, leaving the world quiet once more. The silence that follows seems deeper, more profound than before. The boy beside you is completely still, his small hand held firmly in yours. He has been watching the duck his gaze following its slow journey. Then his attention is caught by something closer. He gives a small, soft tug on your hand and points with a finger from his other hand toward the surface of the water near a lily pad. Skimming just above the water is a dragonfly. Its body is a sliver of iridescent blue-green, and its four wings are like panes of transparent, veined glass. It hovers for a moment, its wings a blur of motion, before darting to the left, then to the right, its flight path impossibly sharp and precise. It seems to stitch the air together with invisible thread. The boy watches, mesmerized by its quick, silent dance. It is a tiny jewel of life, vibrant and vivid against the dark, calm water. The dragonfly lands for a fleeting moment on the edge of a lily pad. Its wings, now still, catch the last light, revealing their intricate, web-like patterns. For that single instant, it is a perfect, motionless sculpture. Then, just as quickly it lifts off again, continuing its patrol of the water's surface. It makes a final, sweeping pass near the bank before vanishing into the growing shadows of the reeds. The world feels like a shared secret. The gentle murmur of the willows, the deep silence of the water, the memory of the dragonfly's flight. These are quiet wonders, noticed and held in the stillness. The duck has reached the other side of the pond now, disappearing into the same reeds from which it emerged. The ripples from its wake have subsided, and the water is once again a near-perfect mirror of the sky. More stars have appeared now, sprinkled across the deep violet canvas above. Their reflections dot the pond, making it seem as though you are standing at the edge of the cosmos. There is cooler, and you can feel its soft touch on your skin. The boy leans his head against your side, his fascination with the dragonfly replaced by a sleepy contentment. The world is a gentle hum, a quiet rhythm of water and leaves and distant crickets. There is no need for words. The peace of the place speaks for itself, a silent story told by the landscape. Curving away from the pond and leading towards a walled corner of the property, where the dark shapes of trellises and flowering shrubs suggest a hidden garden. The boy's hand feels small and warm. You turn from the water's edge, and the stone path guides your feet. The stones are cool and smooth underfoot, worn by countless seasons of rain and sun. They are laid with care, nestled into the earth, with soft green moss growing in the spaces between them. Each step is a quiet, solid sound in the hush of evening. The path curves gently, leading away from the open expanse of the willow pond and toward a more secluded part of the grounds. The path leads to a high stone wall, a comforting and solid presence, softened by a thick blanket of deep green ivy. The leaves are glossy in the fading light, some new and pale, others old and dark. Set into the wall is an old wooden gate, its timber weathered to a silvery gray. It stands slightly ajar, an invitation into the space beyond. As you approach, a new scent reaches you, carried on the still air. It is the rich, Layered perfume of a well-tended garden, a promise of what lies within. You place a hand on the gate. The wood is surprisingly smooth, its grain raised like a map beneath your fingertips. It moves with a soft, low groan, a familiar sound that speaks of long use. You step through the opening, the boy following close behind, and the world seems to shift. The sounds of the wider world fall away, replaced by a profound and gentle quiet. This is an enclave, a hidden room with walls of stone and a ceiling of sky. Before you, the garden unfolds in a tapestry of soft color and deep shadow. Flower beds, bordered by low stone edgings, are carefully planted, each one a small world of its own. In the twilight, the vibrant colors of the day have softened into muted jewel tones. Deep crimson roses, their petals heavy on the stem, stand beside spires of purple salvia. The air is thick with their fragrance, a sweet, velvety scent that feels almost tangible. It mingles with the damp, clean smell of the earth and the sharper, cooler aroma of mint, which grows in a thick patch near the stone wall. The last of the day's warmth radiates from the stones of the path, a gentle heat that rises to meet you. A few diligent bees still hover among the lavender bushes, their buzzing a low, drowsy hum. Their movements are slower now, less frantic than in the midday sun. There are a symphony of tiny wings in the warm air, a final, gentle chorus before the night. You watch one drift from a pale purple bloom and disappear into the deepening shadows of a large peony bush. In a quiet corner, beneath the sheltering branches of an old apple tree, sits a simple wooden bench, and beside it, a low cedar chest. You walk towards it, your steps silent on the soft grass that carpets this part of the garden. You lift a heavy lid of the chest, releasing the clean, woody scent of cedar into the floral air. Inside, folded neatly, is a thick blanket. It is woven from soft wool, its pattern a faded tartan of deep blues and forest greens. Lifted out, it is heavy and familiar in your arms. You unfold the blanket and lay it on a patch of grass that is still dry and soft. The fabric settles with a quiet sigh, creating a small island of comfort in the heart of the garden. You sit down, the wool soft and slightly rough against your skin. The boy settles beside you, not with a sudden movement, but with a slow, deliberate folding of his small frame. He draws his knees up to his chest and wraps his arms around them, his eyes wide with a quiet anticipation. He looks around the garden at the dark shapes of the flowers and the first pale star beginning to shine in the sky above. His gaze then comes to rest on you, patient and trusting. The leaves of the apple tree overhead rustle in a breeze, so faint you cannot feel it on your skin. It is a soft, papery sound, like the turning of a page, a gentle applause for a story about to begin. And so, a voice begins to speak. It is not loud, but a low and steady murmur, a quiet thread of sound woven into the evening's peace. The stories are old ones, tales that have been told so many times, They feel as much a part of this garden as the roses themselves. They are stories of faraway lands and quiet heroes, of clever animals, and the magic of the turning seasons. There is no great peril in these tales, no urgent quest. They are simple and meandering, like a slow-moving river. The words drift out into the cool air, dancing around you, both like the golden motes of dust caught in the last rays of sun. The boy's eyes, fixed on you at first, begin to lose their focus. His gaze softens, turning inward as the images from the story bloom in his mind. As the story continues, the garden settles deeper into the night. The final bee has gone to rest. The birds are silent. The only sounds are the gentle voice telling the tale and the occasional rustle of leaves. The heavy scent of the roses seems to deepen as the air cools, a sweet perfume for the coming night. A small pale moth flutters near a cluster of white phlox, its wings like powdered sugar in the gloom. It dances silently from bloom to bloom, a quiet actor on a fragrant stage. The boy's head, which had been held up attentively, now leans slowly, coming to rest gently against your shoulder. His breathing is even and deep, a soft rhythm in the quiet. The story slows, the words spaced further apart, the voice growing softer, gentler. The tale winds its way toward a peaceful close, each sentence a soft step toward sleep. The last words hang in the air for a moment, a final gentle note before fading into the stillness. The story is done. The garden breathes around you, a silent, sleeping world. Above the dark silhouette of the apple tree, more stars have appeared, scattered like tiny, brilliant diamonds on black velvet. The moon has begun its slow ascent, casting a soft, silvery light on the edges of the ivy leaves along the wall. The night has fully arrived, wrapping the small garden in a blanket of profound peace. For a long time, there is only stillness. The boy's soft, even breaths are a quiet rhythm against the profound silence of the garden. The air has grown cooler now, carrying a faint, damp scent of dew settling on grass and stone. You feel the chill on your arms, a gentle reminder that the day has truly given way tonight. The weight of the boy against you is a warm and solid comfort, a small anchor in the vast, quiet dark. Slowly, carefully, you begin to move. One hand presses down into the soft wool of the blanket, then into the cool, springy turf beneath. You shift your weight with a fluid motion, gathering the sleeping child more securely into your arms. You murmur softly, a sound like a rustling leaf, but does not wake. His head finds the curve of your shoulder, settling there as if it has always belonged. With your free hand, you gather the edges of the heavy wool blanket, folding it over him, cocooning him in its familiar warmth, folding it in its familiar warmth. You rise to your feet in one smooth, practiced motion. The world seems to hold its breath with you. The crickets, which had just begun their nightly chorus, seem to pause for a moment as you stand. You look around the garden one last time. The silver light of the rising moon touches the tops of the rose bushes, making the pale flowers glow with a soft, ethereal light. The deeper shadows beneath the apple tree are velvety and absolute. The cedar chest sits with its lid closed, a silent keeper of stories. Your steps are hushed as you walk back across the lawn towards the dark shape of the house. The grass is damp underfoot, clinging slightly with each step. The air is rich with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, a sweet, heady perfume that drifts from a vine climbing the stone wall. As you draw closer to the house, a faint, warm light becomes visible, spilling from a single window. It paints a soft, golden rectangle on the dark grass. You walk towards the back porch, a low wooden structure that runs the length of the kitchen. The 3 wide steps leading up to the porch are made of weathered wood, worn smooth by years of footsteps. You ascend them carefully, the old boards giving a soft, familiar creak under your weight. On a small, round wicker table next to the door sits a glass lantern. Its brass frame is dull with age, but the glass is clean, ready for a flame. You shift the boy's weight gently, holding him securely in one arm as you reach for the small tin of matches beside the lantern. The tin opens with a faint, scraping sound. You take out a single wooden matchstick. The rough, striking strip on the side of the box offers a quiet resistance. A quick, deliberate flick of the wrist, and a tiny sun flares to life at the tip of the match. For a moment, it is the brightest thing in the world, casting sharp, dancing shadows. Open. The scent of sulfur, sharp and fleeting, cuts through the sweet jasmine before disappearing on the breeze. You lift the glass chimney of the lantern and touch the flame to the wick. It catches immediately. A small, sputtering orange glow that quickly steadies into a tall, serene, golden light. You replace the glass, and the warm glow softens, contained and gentle. It pushes back the darkness just enough, turning the porch into a small island of warm, honeyed light. The sky above has completed its transformation. The last hints of orange and purple have dissolved into a deep, endless indigo. It is a vast, clear canvas, and against it, the stars have grown bold. They are no longer timid pinpricks, but bright, confident points of light scattered across the heavens in their silent, ancient patterns. The moon is higher now, a perfect silver crescent, and its cool, pale light contrasts beautifully with the warm, living glow of the lantern beside you. And with the deepening dark, the sound of the crickets rises. It is a steady, pulsing wave of sound, a constant, gentle thrum that is the very heartbeat of a summer night. You turn and sit on the top step of the porch, your back resting against the sturdy doorframe. The wood is cool and solid. You settle the boy on your lap, his body curled into yours, the wool blanket tucked snugly around his shoulders. His breathing remains deep and unchanged, the soft puff of his exhale, warm against your neck. His head rests heavily in the crook of your arm, his face peaceful in the soft mix of lantern light and moonlight. For a long while, you just sit, listening to the night. The cricket song is a living silence, a sound so constant it becomes part of the quiet itself. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of the great oak tree at the edge of the lawn, its branches dark silhouettes against the star-dusted sky. The sound is a soft, dry whisper. The world feels vast and peaceful, stretching out from this small, warm step into the endless, quiet dark. The voice stirs again, a small sigh escaping his lips. He nestles closer, seeking warmth. You instinctively pull the blanket a little tighter around him. You lean down, your lips close to his ear, and the words come unbidden. A quiet murmur that is barely more than a breath. A simple promise spoken into the soft hair at his temple. A promise that has been whispered on nights just like this, for as long as anyone can remember. It is a thread of words passed down, as constant and as dependable as the North Star, which now shines brightly above the roofline. The words are soft, a quiet anchor in a sleeping world. They settle into the stillness, not disturbing the peace, but becoming a part of it. He settles once more, his breathing falling back into its deep, even rhythm. The promise has been heard, not by his waking mind, but by some deeper part of him. Lean your head back against the door, your gaze lifting from the sleeping child to the immense canopy of stars. The lantern at your side casts a steady, unwavering glow. The night breathes its cool, sweet air all around you, and the world is still. All is quiet, held in the deep and peaceful silence of the stars. The minutes stretch out, long and peaceful. You remain on the top step, an island of warmth in the cool, spacious night. The lantern beside you hums with a light so quiet it feels like a sound. The boy's breathing is the only real movement, a gentle rise and fall that you feel against your own chest. It is a soft, living metronome, marking the slow, unhurried passage of time. The view from the porch is lovely, a framed picture of the sleeping garden, but the sky calls. The great open dome of stars seems to beckon from beyond the roofline. You shift your weight, testing the balance of the sleeping child in your arms. He murmurs, a soft sound lost in his dreams, but does not wake. You press your hand against the wooden porch floor, the planks smooth and cool beneath your palm, and push yourself to your feet. The movement is fluid, practiced, a slow motion rise that causes barely a ripple in the stillness. The boy feels heavier now, a solid, trusting weight against your shoulder. The wool blanket is secure around him, a soft cocoon. You stand for a moment, letting the world settle. The cricket song seems to swell for an instant to fill the space where you were sitting, then evens out again, into its steady nighttime chorus. You turn and take one careful step, then another, down the 3 shallow wooden stairs. Your bare feet find the familiar worn spots on each step. The wood gives a faint, sleepy creak under your weight, a sound that is part of the house's own language. At the bottom, your feet meet the grass. It is cool and soft, damp, with evening dew that feels refreshing against the skin. You walk away from the small circle of lantern light out into the gentle dark of the lawn. The moonlight is stronger here, away from the porch golden glow. It paints the world in shades of silver and deep gray. The blades of grass glisten with a fine coating of moisture, each one a tiny sliver of reflected moonlight. You move towards the center of the lawn, to the open space directly beneath the vast, uninterrupted sky. Here, the great oak is a looming guardian to your right, its branches a complex lacework against the stars. The willows by the pond are softer shapes in the distance, their trailing leaves whispering in the breeze. You lower yourself to the ground with the same care as before, one knee first, then the other, until you are kneeling in the soft grass. You gently lay the boy down, uncurling his small body onto the grass. He sighs and turns his head, his cheek resting on the cool earth, but his sleep remains deep and unbroken. You carefully unfold the blanket you were carrying and spread it out. The wool is thick and soft. You lift him once more, just for a moment, and slide the blanket underneath him, then tuck it all around, leaving only his peaceful face open to the night air. With him settled, you lie down beside him, your head pillowed on your arm. The perspective of the world shifts completely. The garden disappears, and all that remains is the sky. It is immense, a profound and endless darkness filled with a quiet, shimmering light. From here, lying on your back, the stars seem close enough to touch. You can see the faint, cloudy river of the Milky Way, a soft brush stroke of light arching from one horizon to the other. Constellations are no longer just patterns, but deep, glittering fields of light, some bright and sharp, others a faint, distant shimmer. A single star falls, a silent silver streak that vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving no trace. The air smells of damp soil, sweet grass, and the lingering perfume of the jasmine that climbs the porch trellis. The scent is clean and cool, the very essence of a summer night. The ground beneath the blanket is solid and firm, a reassuring presence. You can feel the coolness of the earth seeping slowly through the wool, a grounding sensation. Beside you, the boy's breathing continues its steady rhythm. A soft puff of air, a pause, another soft puff of air. It is the quietest, most peaceful sound in the universe. Your hand finds his small fingers curling instinctively around yours. His hand is warm and soft. You hold it gently, your thumb stroking the back of his hand in a slow, circular motion. The promise whispered earlier on the porch echoes in the deep quiet. It feels less like words now, and more like a truth woven into the fabric of the night itself. A truth as old and as constant as the stars above, which have watched over countless nights just like this one. Each point of light seems a silent affirmation of that simple, enduring promise. The breeze picks up for a moment, a slightly cooler current of air that travels across the lawn. It rustles the leaves of the oak tree, the sound like dry paper shuffling. It passes on, and the deep stillness returns. The world seems to be holding its breath. The cricket song has softened, a more distant thrum now. Everything is winding down, settling into the deepest part of the night. The lantern on the porch is a small, warm star, a tiny beacon of gold in the vast silver and indigo landscape. Its light seems softer from this distance. Your own breathing slows, falling into rhythm with the sleeping child beside you. The immense, star-filled silence overhead feels like a blanket of its own, covering everything in a profound peace. Your eyes grow heavy, the millions of stars beginning to soften and blur at the edges. The world is quiet. The air is still. The night is deep and soft, golden pulse. Then it steadies again, its small flame unwavering. The sound of breathing is a gentle tide. In and out, the world is asleep. You stand in the quiet kitchen where the last light of the day streams through a window. Your hands rest on the wooden countertop, its surface smooth and cool beneath your palms. The wood is worn from years of use, its grain a map of countless meals prepared and shared. The light filters through a delicate lace curtain, casting intricate shifting patterns across the floor. They look like pale, dancing leaves on the warm terracotta tiles. A deep quiet fills the room, a gentle hum that seems to rise from the very foundations of the house. The sunlight is the color of pale honey, and it catches the dust motes as they float lazily in the air. They drift and turn in the warm shafts of light, each one a tiny, glittering world. Long, soft shadows stretch from the legs of the wooden table in the center of the room. They pool in the corners, blurring the edges of the space and making the kitchen feel even cozier. The world outside is beginning to settle into evening, and this room feels like its warm, beating heart. A gentle fragrance fills the air. It is the comforting scent of freshly baked bread, still cooling on a wooden board by the stove. The crust is a deep golden brown, and the scent is rich with the warmth of the oven and the simple goodness of flour and yeast. Woven through this warm aroma is another fainter scent. It is the clean, calming fragrance of lavender coming from a small ceramic vase on the windowsill. A few deep purple sprigs stand in the vase, their delicate perfume a gentle counterpoint to the heartier smell of the bread. The only steady sound is the soft, rhythmic ticking of a clock on the wall. It is a simple wooden clock with a round, cream-colored face and slender black hands. Tick, tock, the quiet and unhurried measure of time passing peacefully. Then another sound joins in. A low gurgle from the kettle on the stove, a sign that the water inside is beginning to warm. It is a gentle, promising sound, a soft bubbling that speaks of warmth and comfort to come. Your gaze travels up to the wooden cupboards that line the walls. They are made of a light oak, the grain swirling in beautiful, natural patterns. Small, simple brass knobs gleam softly in the fading light. The last rays of sun catch on the curved surfaces of pots and pans hanging from the rack overhead. There are heavy, dark, cast iron skillets and gleaming copper saucepans. They sway ever so slightly, a slow and silent dance in the still air, as if nodding to a song only they can hear. Beneath your feet, the floor tiles feel solid and enduring. They are worn smooth, faces most often walked in front of the sink, by the stove, at the doorway. Their color is a mix of earthy reds and oranges, muted by time. The air in the room is warm and still, thick with the day's history and the quiet anticipation of evening. It feels like a soft blanket, a presence of peace that has settled over everything. It is a room that holds 1,000 unspoken stories in its wooden beams and worn surfaces. You lift your hands from the counter and walk slowly toward the window. The lace curtain flutters gently as you approach, moved by a faint breath of air. The pattern woven into the fabric is one of ferns and tiny flowers, a delicate screen between the kitchen and the world outside. You reach out and gently move the curtain aside. The evening air that touches your skin is cooler now, carrying the scent of damp earth and green leaves from the garden. Through the open window comes the sound of a lone bird singing its final song of the day. Its call is clear and melodic, a string of liquid notes that rises and falls with effortless grace. The song weaves into the quiet of the kitchen, a thread of wild, natural music stitching the inside world to the outside. You listen for a long moment as the bird calls again, its voice the only sound in the deepening twilight, before it too falls silent. The gurgling, the kettle on the stove grows a little louder, a steady, simmering hum now. The sound draws your attention back into the room. You turn from the window and walk to the stove, the floor cool beneath your feet. You reach out and turn the knob. The flame vanishes with a soft puff, and the sound of the simmering water fades away. In its place, a deeper, more profound quiet settles over the kitchen. The ticking of the clock seems clearer now, more distinct in the stillness. You stand for a moment in the center of the room, bathed in the soft, ambient glow. The rich browns of the wood and the muted golds of the last light create a tapestry of warmth and peace. Your gaze falls upon the back door, its paint a soft, pale green. Through its small glass pane, the garden is a deep canvas of greens and blues, beckoning in the fading light. A gentle pull, an unspoken invitation leads you toward it. Your hand closes around the cool, smooth brass of the doorknob. It feels heavy and solid. You turn it slowly, and the latch clicks with a quiet, satisfying sound. The door swings inward without a creak, opening a path from the warm hearth to the cool evening air. The scent of night-blooming flowers and damp soil drifts in, a fresh and earthy perfume that calls you forward out of the kitchen and into the garden. The air that greets you is cool and soft, carrying the scent of damp earth and the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine. It feels like a silken veil against your skin, a gentle intimate world of the garden. Beneath your feet, the hard tiles of the kitchen give way to a small, flat stone step, and then to the yielding softness of grass, cool and damp with the first hints of evening dew. You stand for a moment, allowing your eyes to adjust to the deepening twilight. The world is painted in shades of blue and gray, the vibrant colors of the day muted into a soft, peaceful tapestry. The shape of the house behind you is a dark, solid silhouette against a sky that is slowly turning from a pale lavender to a deep, velvety indigo. A narrow path, barely visible in the dimness, winds its way from the doorstep into the heart of the garden. You take a slow step forward, your foot finding the path. It is not paved with stone, but with a thick carpet of moss, which cushions your every footstep. The moss feels springy and soft, silencing your movements until the only sound is the gentle whisper of your clothes and the sigh of the evening breeze. A path guides you away from the house, leading you under the low-hanging branches of an old apple tree. Its leaves rustle with a dry, papery sound, a soft counterpoint to the quiet of the evening. As you walk, you pass by beds of flowers, their forms softened by the failing light. On your left, a cluster of tall white foxgloves stand like sentinels, their bell-shaped flowers glowing faintly in the twilight. Their scent is subtle, a clean, green fragrance that mixes with the richer smells of the soil. On your right, a sprawling lavender bush releases its calming aroma into the air, a scent that seems to deepen as the night draws in. You run your fingers lightly over the feathery tops of the lavender, feeling the delicate texture of the blooms and releasing another wave of fragrance. The mossy path curves gently, leading you toward a wooden archway. Climbing roses, heavy with blossoms, are woven through the lattice. In the dim light, their colors are indistinguishable. Deep reds and soft pinks all blended into a uniform dark velvet. But their scent is unmistakable. A rich, classic rose perfume hangs heavy in the air beneath the arch, a pocket of concentrated sweetness. You pause here, beneath the arch, and look up through the tangle of leaves and flowers at the sky. The first star has appeared, a tiny, brilliant pinprick of silver in the vast indigo expanse. You move onward through the arch and deeper into the garden. The air grows cooler here, away from the residual warmth of the house. And here, in the deeper shadows, a new magic begins. A single point of light blinks into existence near the base of a fern. It glows a soft greenish yellow, holds for a second, and then vanishes. A moment later, another answers it from across the path. Then another, and 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 another. They drift lazily through the air, their lights pulsing in a gentle, unhurried rhythm. They are like tiny, wandering stars that have decided to visit the garden for the evening. You watch them for a long time, their silent conversation of light creating a sense of profound peace. One drifts close, its light illuminating a single perfect dewdrop on a wide leaf before blinking out again. The world seems to slow down to match their gentle pace. The rustling of the leaves, the distant hum of the world, all of it seems to fade away, leaving only the quiet garden and the soft pulsing lights. A cool touch on your arm makes you look down. A droplet of dew has fallen from a leaf overhead, a tiny, cool reminder of the night's gentle embrace. It is then that you become aware of another sound, one that has been in the background all along, but which you only now truly hear. It is the soft, melodic trickling of water. The sound is gentle and constant, a liquid murmur that speaks of movement and calm. It seems to be coming from the far end of the garden, hidden by a thicket of silvery birch trees. The sound is a quiet invitation, but you feel a gentle pull back toward the warmth and light of the house. You turn slowly, your feet still silent on the mossy path, and begin to walk back the way you came. The fireflies dance around you, lighting your way. You pass back under the fragrant arch of roses, their scent seeming to wish you a peaceful farewell. You trace the curve of the path past the lavender and the ghostly white foxgloves. Ahead of you, the house is no longer a dark silhouette. A warm golden light now glows from several windows, turning them into welcoming squares of amber against the dark wood and stone. As you draw closer, you can see the kitchen window, the lace curtain a delicate pattern against the light within. But your gaze is drawn to another window just next to it. This light is softer, more muted. It spills out onto a small patch of grass and illuminates the petals of a potted geranium on the windowsill. It is from this direction, from this softly lit room, that a new sound reaches you. It is faint at first, almost lost beneath the sound of the trickling water and the rustling leaves. It is a low, gentle humming, a simple, tender melody that rises and falls with a soft, comforting rhythm. The sound weaves through the cool night air, a thread of warmth and love that calls to you from within the quiet house. You reach a solid wooden door, left slightly ajar. From the gap between the door and its frame, a sliver of warm golden light spills out onto the dark floorboards of the hall. The gentle humming you heard from the garden is clearer now, a soft and constant melody that seems to beckon you closer. It is a sound that feels ancient and deeply comforting, a wordless lullaby. You place a hand on the door. The wood is smooth and cool, worn by time and touch. With a gentle push, the door swings inward without a sound, opening into the room where the light and the music originate. You step across the threshold, and the atmosphere changes completely. The cool night air of the garden is replaced by a gentle, enveloping warmth. The air is scented with the sweet, apple-like fragrance of chamomile, and beneath it, the clean, herbal note of lavender. The two scents are woven together, a peaceful aroma that seems to be part of the very fabric of the room. You stand still for a moment just inside the doorway, allowing your eyes to adjust to the dim light. The humming is all around you now, a gentle vibration in the still air, accompanied by the quiet, rhythmic creak of wood against wood. There, the only light comes from a single lamp on a small table in the corner. It has a simple cream-colored linen shade that softens its glow, casting the rest of the room in long, gentle shadows. The light pools on the wooden floor, illuminating the rich grain and the soft patina of age. The corners of the room are steeped in a deep, restful darkness. In a soft circle of light, a high-back rocking chair sways gently back and forth. Its movement is slow and steady, a patient rhythm that has been repeated countless times. Each forward motion is accompanied by a soft, low creak from the rockers on the floorboards, a sound of comfort and ease. The chair's occupant is a silhouette, a shape of stillness and peace, from whom the soft, humming lullaby emanates. Your gaze drifts from the chair to the small table beside it. On its dark, polished surface sits a single ceramic mug. A delicate wisp of steam rises from it, catching the lamplight and curling lazily into the air before vanishing. This is the source of the warm chamomile scent. A cup of tea left to cool. Across the room, partly in light and partly in shadow, rests an old sofa. Its fabric is a deep, indeterminate color, softened and worn at the arms. Draped over one of these arms is a heavy patchwork quilt. You find yourself drawn toward it, taking a few slow, quiet steps into the room. The floorboards are solid and silent beneath your feet. Why? You stop beside the sofa, looking down at the quilt. It is a mosaic of memories. Squares of faded calico with tiny floral prints sit next to patches of sturdy, worn denim. A piece of soft, check flannel is stitched against a square of pale yellow cotton. The colors are all muted, softened by years of washing into a gentle harmony of dusty rose, sky blue, and pale sage. The stitches that hold The pieces together are small and neat, a testament to the patient hands that made them. You reach out and let your fingertips graze the surface, feeling the different textures of the various fabrics. Your gaze lifts from the quilt to the walls. They are adorned with a collection of small, framed photographs arranged in a loose, organic cluster. The frames are simple, made of dark, unadorned wood. The images they hold are from another time. Their subjects captured in soft focus black and white, or the warm, brownish tint of sepia. They are quiet moments held still, frozen in time, their details blurred by the dim light and the distance. The faces in the photographs seem to look out with a serene calm, their presence adding to the room's deep sense of history and peace. It is then that you notice another sound, one that has been present all along, steady and quiet beneath the humming and the creaking. It is the gentle ticking of a clock. On a narrow wooden mantelpiece above a small, dark fireplace, a small clock marks the time. Its wooden case is the color of dark honey. Its face is a pale cream, the Roman numerals elegant and fine. Each talk is soft and distinct, a tiny, measured beat that seems not to rush time forward, but to simply acknowledge its peaceful, unhurried passing. Tock, tick, tock, a constant, reassuring heartbeat in the quiet room. The lullaby continues to weave through the air, a thread of sound that ties everything together. The soft light, the warm scents, the rhythmic motions and sounds. The room seems to breathe with the melody, a slow, contented respiration. The shadows in the corners seem to deepen, becoming soft pools of quiet. The world outside, the garden, the night sky, the distant sounds, all of it fades away, leaving only the profound and gentle peace of this small, warm space. The melody becomes quieter, more delicate, until it is barely a whisper on the air. And then it fades completely into silence. The rocking of the chair slows, its arc becoming smaller and smaller, until it too comes to a complete and gentle rest. Now, the only sound is the quiet, steady ticking of the clock on the mantel. The silence that remains is not empty, but full of warmth and memory and a deep, abiding calm. You stand for another long moment in the quiet, feeling the stillness settle around you. A gentle impulse then guides you to turn, to move on from this peaceful sanctuary. You step softly back toward the doorway, casting one last look at the tranquil scene. You look down the length of the passage toward another soft light that glows from an open doorway at the far end, inviting you into the quiet of the evening. Burr, inviting you into the quiet of the evening. The air here is indeed cooler, carrying a faint, clean scent from the rest of the house. The light at the far end of the hall seems to pull you forward, a beacon of warmth against the gentle shadows. As you draw nearer, the sounds of the evening begin to resolve themselves. What was a muted whisper from a distance becomes the distinct, soft patter of rain against glass. You pause at the threshold of the open doorway, taking in. This is the park. It is a haven of warmth and quiet, a world contained within four walls. The source of the light is twofold. A small, shaded lamp on a side table casts a pool of honeyed gold, and across the room a fire crackles softly in a wide stone hearth. Its glow is alive, a gentle breathing light that dances across the walls and ceiling, making the shadows sway in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The air that meets you is thick with comforting scents. There is the dry, papery fragrance of old books, the rich, deep note of well-worn leather, and underlying it all, the faint, earthy perfume of the rain-washed world outside. You step into the room, and the cool air of the hallway is left behind, replaced by a profound and gentle warmth that seems to settle over you like a soft blanket. Logs of silver birch rest on a bed of glowing embers, their bark peeling back in crisp, dark curls. Small flames, the color of liquid amber and apricot, flicker and leave, casting off a steady heat. A quiet crackle, a soft pop, a gentle hiss. These are the only sounds the fire makes. A constant, soothing conversation with itself. The light catches on the polished brass of the andirons and the simple tools resting in their stand, making them gleam softly. And near the hearth, angled perfectly to catch both the light and the warmth, is a large, plush armchair. It is upholstered in a deep green velvet, the pile worn smooth and soft on the arms. It looks impossibly comfortable, an invitation to rest. You walk over to it, your hand trailing along the smooth wood of a bookshelf as you pass. Reaching the chair, you sink into its depths. The cushions embrace you with a gentle sigh of displaced air and form into your shape as if they have been waiting. From this vantage point, the room unfolds. The walls are lined with books, their spines a tapestry of muted colors, deep reds, forest greens, and rich browns, many with titles stamped in faded gold leaf. Thick wool rug lies on the floor, its intricate pattern softened by the dim light. And in the corner, standing tall and silent, is a grandfather clock. Its wooden case is dark and polished, and through a glass panel in its torso, a heavy brass pendulum swings with a steady, comforting rhythm. Left, right, left, right, a silent, visual metronome marking the unhurried passage of time. Its tick is a low, resonant sound, a deep and steady heartbeat for the quiet room. Resting in your lap is a book, its cover smooth beneath your hands. Ah, you open it, and the pages fall open to a well-loved passage. The paper is thick and soft, slightly yellowed at the edges. The light from the fire and the lamp is just enough to read by, illuminating the neat black print. You begin to read, and the only sound you add to the room is the soft, whispery rustle of a page. Turning now and then, the sound is barely audible above the gentle crackle of the fire and the steady ticking of the clock. Of the fire and the steady ticking of the clock. Outside, the rain begins to change its tune. The gentle patter intensifies, becoming a heavier, more insistent drumming against the window panes. It is a brief crescendo, sudden shower that washes over the house. You can see rivulets of water chasing each other down the dark glass, blurring the faint reflections of the room. The sound fills the space for a moment, a reminder of the wild, wet world outside this cozy sanctuary. It is not a disturbance, but an enhancement of the quiet, making the warmth of the fire feel even more precious. And then, just as it came, the intensity fades, but the drumming softens, the torrent recedes, settling back into a gentle rhythmic glow. Each drop now seems to whisper its own story as it meets the glass, adding to the tapestry of evening quiet that surrounds you. The fire continues, its soft crackling, the clock, its steady ticking, the pendulum, its endless, graceful swing. All the sounds of the room weave together into a single, peaceful harmony. Turning the pages slows, then stops altogether. Your gaze drifts from the book up to the dancing flames in the hearth. The words on the page can wait. For now, it is enough to simply be here in the quiet, surrounded by the gentle sounds of the house and the night. You close the book, marking your place with a ribbon of faded silk, and set it on the small table beside the chair. You lean your head back against the soft velvet, feeling the deep comfort of the chair, the gentle warmth of the fire on your skin. The world has become very small and very still. It is this room, this chair, this fire, the rhythmic trio of the rain, the clock, and the crackling logs becomes a lullaby for the evening. Time itself seems to slow, each tick of the clock stretching into a long, peaceful moment. The shadows in the corners of the room deepen, softening the edges of the furniture, making the world feel even more gentle. After a long, unmeasured while, a quiet impulse suggests it is time to move on. Slowly you shift your weight, rising from the deep comfort of the armchair. The room remains just as it was, a perfect tableau of evening peace. You take one last look at the flickering fire, the tall, steady clock, the shelves of sleeping books. Turning away from the hearth, you walk quietly across the soft rug, back toward the doorway and the shadowed hall that waits beyond leading you further into the embrace of the night. The shadowed hall is cool and still. The warmth of the parlor fire fades behind you, replaced by a gentle quiet that deepens with every step. Your soft-soled shoes make almost no sound on the dark, polished. A faint trace of moonlight filters through a high window somewhere down the corridor, just enough to turn the deep shadows into a softer gray. The air carries the scent of old wood and the subtle, clean fragrance of the night rain that has washed the world clean. You pass a series of closed doors, each one a silent guardian of a quiet room. The grand ticking of the clock in the parlor is gone now, its steady rhythm absorbed by the walls and the distance. The silence that remains is different, less a presence and more an absence, a vast and peaceful emptiness. At the very end of the hall, a soft golden light spills from an open doorway, a warm and gentle invitation. You approach the doorway, looking into the room beyond. It is a space of profound simplicity. The walls are smooth and bare, painted a pale, creamy color that seems to drink in the light. There are no pictures, no shelves, no distractions. The only light comes from a single thick candle resting on a small, low table in the center of the room. It sits in a simple ceramic dish, its white wax glowing from within. The flame is a small teardrop shape of gold and blue, swaying in a slow, hypnotic dance. It moves not from a draft, for the air is perfectly still, but with the quiet energy of its own burning. Its gentle motion sends soft-edged shadows wavering across the walls, making them seem to breathe in a slow, steady rhythm. You step into the room, and the floor beneath your feet is a simple, smooth wood, warm to the touch. The air here is warmer than the hall, thick with a comforting peace. A subtle scent hangs in the stillness, a delicate blend of soft vanilla and the clean, honeyed aroma of burning beeswax. It is a fragrance of pure tranquility. Against the far wall rests a low cushioned seat, more of a wide pallet than a chair. It is covered in a thick, undyed linen, its natural texture visible in the flickering candlelight. You move toward it, your own shadow stretching long and soft behind you, dancing with the candle's own. You settle onto the cushion, sinking gently into its firm but yielding support. The fabric is warm and welcoming beneath you, its slight roughness a comforting, grounding texture. From this vantage point, the room feels complete. Outside, all is muted, the world having hushed itself into a deep and profound silence. There is no sound of wind, no distant traffic, not even the whisper of a leaf. It is as if the entire world is holding its breath, honoring the quiet of the night. The candle's flame is reflected in a simple glass of water sitting on the floor nearby. The reflection is a perfect, miniature echo of the flame itself, A second, smaller point of light suspended in the clear stillness of the water. As the real flame sways, so does its tiny twin, a silent, mirrored dance. You watch the two lights, the real and the reflection, moving in perfect, unhurried harmony. The air is thick with a peace that only night can bring. It feels heavy, like a soft, weighted blanket wrapping around you, a comforting and gentle embrace. You simply sit, a quiet observer, in a quiet room. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. There is only the soft light, the gentle scent, and a profound stillness. And a profound stillness. The steady flicker of the candle seems to slow, its dance becoming more deliberate, more languid. Each sway to the left, each drift to the right, is a long, graceful arc. The shadows on the wall move with it, stretching and shrinking in a slow and calming rhythm. The quiet in the room deepens, settling like a fine dust on every surface. The stillness is no longer just an absence of sound, but a presence of its own. The tiny blue heart at the base of the flame pulses softly. The world seems to have paused, resting in this small, warm circle of light. The small flame burns on, a steady, silent beacon in the heart of the night. A long, slow breath. A long, slow breath out. Obey. The light softens. The shadows deepen. All is quiet.